夢の中ね。あら？僕だ。
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare.
母親の、神さん。
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry.
俺の名前はハリー。
billion
じゃ
people.
あ、ハリーボーイって呼ばれて
You
いたけど。
failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
俺は、もともと組合の人間やったっちゅうことが。
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More class than...
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type. Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So time to go to work in the shit factory.
Time to going to work and the shit that dream. ああ、目覚めの悪い朝だ。
Good going, buddy. Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
まだ酔っ払いの顔してんな。あの女ってのは俺の神さんのことだ。
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more.
そう。言語をね。English.
You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
.何を言ってんだ死んだ。
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror.
あら。女の人がいない。まずは一服と。
The door is closed. Still nothing.
どこ行っちゃったんだ？あら、賑やかだね。 あんな部屋あったっけ。おはよ
Morning. Looks like we can get to work
Morning.
at once. The union must have turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
う。うん。
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it, but aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you.
うん。
Whatever you decide.
あいつらと話すことはまあ、タスクの一個に加えておいて。
Can I help you?
あ、おはようさん。
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed end.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping the union office probably has a phone.
回線は切られるらしいからね。
Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night.
うん。
But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them.
夫のモレルと友人のゲイリーが行方不明。まず
I
い
was
な。
also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always...
Cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
You have more important things to worry about.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
うん。
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an
あ、未知動物学者の妻なんや。ああ。未知動物学者ではないんや、この人。
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on
二人は
Monday.
海岸線を少し下ったところの水門を越えて罠をいくつか仕掛けていっただけ。昨日だね、月曜日ってね。今日は火曜日だ。確か。土日が酔っ払ってた日やからね。
The water lock. That was broken.
はいはいはい。
Could this
水門は水曜日じゃないと閉めれないんだ。
Oh, sweetie, Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
ああ、そうね。海岸の反対側へ渡れる水門は壊れてるの
Oh
で。
my,
うんうんうん。
what happened to the water lock?
いや、壊れてるというよりかは、どうなんやろ、これ。あ、なるほど。水曜日に、ここは、故障が治るんだ。
Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful.
うん。
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes...
Yes,
わかっ
some
たよ。
left field
誰だっけ
scientific research is exactly
誰や
what
った
you
っけ
need
モレル
right
やっ
now.
け
Funk up that
モイリー
vanilla
やっけ
murder investigation.
モレルね。モレルとゲイリーね。 ゲイリーってなんか聞いたことある気するけどな。
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but...
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed.
ボサボサの白髪。がっしりしていて、俺より背が低い。
The lieutenant pulls out his...
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds. I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But...
The lieutenant gives you a...
Well, it's...
Ah, yes.
七節。
Phasmatonium. A diverse...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the... Hence it's named the Insulindian phasmid.
インスリンデって土地の名前やね。ここはでもインスリンデではなかった気がする。
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid.
It's simply elusive. So much so that...
Establishment. I thought so.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the insulin...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Not at all. Why else would it hide its... Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for... Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it.
でも水門はちょっと水曜日にしか行けないからね。明日だね。
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
そう、ここはレバショール。
He looks up at you, then looks up. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Over here. Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
こいつは主犯やろ。なあ。
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman
そうね。なんか別人みたい。
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Not.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police?
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober, do your job, ask your questions, and get the hell out of Martinez. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people.
This is where you say you're dead.
He and his men carry themselves like giants. You'll need to prove your mettle to be taken seriously.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing it?
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match.
1、2、3、4、5、7、8やっけ。で、体重の低い人間と、200キロを超える足跡は、でもそれは抱えてるから。それにしても体はでかくないとね。こいつでしょ。
Starting from the right, boot size 44, blonde man, in his 30s,
そんなの分かっちゃう
overbearingly
の。
masculine. Wants the world to know he's a macho man. Tobacco chewing, knuckle cracking. Who else do we have here? Sitting on his right, standard working boots, size 45 or 46. Eldest across at the other table, hobnailed working boots, size 43. Gang tattoos. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. They were and then standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum on his neck? Forget it. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs.
変わった靴底ってどんなやつやっけ?
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying
そうなんよ。
anything.
8人
Hit
3
them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy.
こいつじゃないの。
And we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy?
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she.
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy boy. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there. Stink.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest A. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius.
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Why? 'Cause he and
What kind of mercy?
the kind that show.
A live grenade.
I can't prove it, but I wrong
From rape
to kill us all.
Yeah, he said it.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This, "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
What about him? Why? 'Cause he and
What kind of
the kind that
A live...
I can't prove it, but I wrong
from rape
to kill us all.
Yeah,
He grabs...
yeah. "Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?"
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything at the co-
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
レッドスキルチェック
Titus
Oh,
is and so are a few others. But
お、ギリギリやん。
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking...
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy.
keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with...
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Like what, Copper?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get it. Looks like the circus left him, but the clowns are still here.
Hick. 寝てるやつ結局起こされへんかったなぁ。 ちょっとね、威厳がないんすよね。あんま上げるつもりもないねんな。俺に見せていきたいから。これは明日。あ、これ忘れてたわ。これ行かないと。はい。まだ話の通じるやつがいるんだよ。違う。わからん。はあ。むずいな。あんたは逆説的にオクシデント人自身の人種論で彼らにとって変わろうとしているんだ。
Look, babe. The minion of law is also a racist, but his racism is basic and round. He thinks he has solved the great race enigma by describing a road.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has led him to think his phylum are the sole authors of race theory. An esoterics that basic racist. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bag, like a little boy who wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation.
Finally. Let's go.
おい、なんもなさいけど。
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change."
電話かけて、なんかええことあるか？
The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vague. Undoubtedly, sure, why not?
餌がきあげるのなかったか結局。しゃあないな。ふや。
On second glance,
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork like...
the drawer opens smoothly. Inside is hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but
意志力。ないな。
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. It appears to be a to-do list written in Remember, Leo, Everard's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everard's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself is crumpled.
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
なんか聞き覚えある気がする。
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, Everard, all items on the list have been crossed
特製
out.
ボルシ
The
チ。
drawer is full.
別に特に変化はないのか、見たところで。はげや。上がれるこれもしかして。こりゃ気づかんぜ。はぁ！俺の上着。
The tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clear.
レバショール市民軍。
As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver. This is the night watchman's booth. Then listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
If you must. But please hurry.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a
誰って
photograph on the
ルネ
table.
アルの聞いたことねえかも。
It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man is young, dark-skinned, and dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is smiling playfully.
Why did you take that? Fine, but let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around.
Hmm. 91年。
This is the night watch. Control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It's Marsh, on, Arrête.
どうしよう。ちょっとやめとく一回な。あそこにキム乗せようぜ。で、俺が操作する。
Marsh, on, Arrête, off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. The rusty control panel grows warm to the touch.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
何かあるんじゃないの？あ、ありや。
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to. We're not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the union, right?
You attempted to turn the handle, to no avail. No reply.
3%はちょっと無理かな。滞在日数が多ければ上がるのかこれ。 まあ、このまま置いておこうか。そういや、こっちでも青出てた。出とった。で、か。広いね。良さげなグローブなんじゃね？うっすら。よ。何してんだこんなとこで。
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are the accent is so thick it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard. Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister? I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Oh.
Sure, mister. About what? Bye-bye now. Mister, I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far. No trouble at all, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pines livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union.
危ね。
It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good work.
He probably doesn't know anything anyway. Who in there?
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the board.
あ、なんかボルシチ
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
あ、そうなの？なんで？じゃあ、あの青いドアは、ここと繋がってんじゃないの？
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up. Oh, you want Mr. Everard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everard is where he always is. In his office, of course. Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard Bowden. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man.
Who is this Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars.
全然関係なさそうな話で
Them
も
are
結
real
構
nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river.
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer? AKA.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too.
Telling the gardener you know her.
ああ、
might throw her off. Perhaps something to consider later.
すごい話が飛ぶよな、この人な。いやー、あんたここで働いているのかっていう質問でそんな重要な、わからんもんよね。
Actual art degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried.
「概念化が発動すると気力を1回復。経験値プラス10。あ、さっき設定したやつか。もうそんな1時間半も経ったか。あ、そう。
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottomed.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting...
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair on the other hand.
You go ahead, detective.
Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any... Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no Titan of Felician, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a represent...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violated your backside.
By the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
No.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Nande?
Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
おう。あ、てかこの人が勝ったんか？え？ちゃうな。女の人が勝った言うとったよな。関わりたくないっつって。
His slug-like
なんでそんなん知ってんの？
But all you hear is an echo. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost. And when he said, don't worry, he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
ねえ。いやー。小切って受け取ったらあかんかったんや。いやー、20はでかいよ。うわー。うまいこと言ってね、さっきから結構。
Or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. let's cut to the chase, shall we?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think?
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Whatever you do, don't ask him about it first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it...
He sincerely has no idea what you were talking about. And he doesn't care either.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of... Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy.
ちょっとしょんべ。こいつが、こいつあれや、双子なんちゃう。 その拷問を追い出した。ローボール。ほう。
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little
こいつ、あれはね、ジョイスとちゃんと話してから来なかった
or an
な。
iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine was.
This particular brand of humor he has, it makes for a fine distraction.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your... Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her...
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesia cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
呼ばれてた名前。
I think the odds of that.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out with my big fat folder.
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
結構、獲得してきたね。論理が下がっちゃうね。
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry, of course. You're not some kind of a fantastic racist now. And rest assured, no one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Word of how racy it got will never leave Martinez. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk,
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. too modest, my friend. But don't worry. This annoying thing I have is completely legal.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in my... Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Yes. Your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important. Building our relationship for the good of...
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Harry, I was only trying to be tactful. A lost gun is a... Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be arming themselves. Get a hold of yourself, Harry.
I assure you, we are working on...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Oh! あ、びっくりした。ID も持ってるんかと思ったんやっけ。
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but
デジャブの正反対、ジャメブ。ジャメブ。
strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
フリってね。 待って、マニアーナどこって言ってたっけ？全然もう半分聞いてるようで聞いてなかったな。
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you... Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing. See you soon.
マニアーナって誰？裏庭の温室の裏、マニアーナって誰よ。とりあえずこれいくか。これも9時やったな。
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialer calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy.
Hmm? 名前を聞いたって書いてあったけど、誰やこれ。
No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you call to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? Let me fire up the machine. Here we are. You haven't rented anything in 5 years, but you still have a copy of Blue Ocean Hell from November 46. Whoa, not a fun film, that one. It's not an easy watch. After the death of his daughter and subsequent divorce, Ziemsk immigrant Egidius Wojcik tries to come to terms with the onset of dementia. No wonder no one's been missing it. Still, it would be great if you could return it to us. We're on the corner of Voyager and Maine.
On the corner of Voyager and Maine, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints, tiny heels, tiptoeing down the road.
昔の話やな、これ。
Beautiful steps, light-footed, with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up, and the air seems to grow darker.
いや、最近ちゃう？なんか残ってたもんな、跡が。車の跡が。
The call is terminated by the other. The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There is...
今夜の娘がどうなったかちょっと見たい。あんなとこで人喋ってたっけ？
Life doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry...
Having no shame. Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Honey, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, all right?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't know. You got this. There's the ball. You're the game. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only west in the Grand Couronne area, a sharp overhand left from Arsène Luc Edelbrock, sends the Samarin heavyweight champion, Koistia Miasnok Kosti. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready. An embodiment of pure motion, a fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency. A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing.
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
面目ない。
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 pool.
「ゲームのルール聞いとくべきやったね、これね。
Well, it damn well isn't.
It's pétanque. You ruined a but take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as a goddamn bull.
わかったわかった。
Mistakes are forgiven. Men at least try to.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Yes. The Debardeurs Union pays me to stand vigil during the night. Not out of any political allegiance, I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money is tight. Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. No one. The boss has been unmanned since last Monday. There's no other guard.
No one has been guarding the container.
Yes. It's... Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René. Monsieur Claire. The possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals. Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiners' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with that. I do it too. Everyone does it. Yes, yes, yes. Can we conclude the topic of my gout boost now? She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody. Yes, yes. Like I said, it would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold. A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. Revachol would be a different place if more people realized that. We could still be there. Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The Carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur. You can't even take the responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revershal's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court made him administer the dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was...
He's just making excuses for the king's habits, isn't he?
Please, officer, don't encourage him. Do spare us the cocaine fairy tales.
Yes, indeed. We're not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past.
Right. Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting Martinez. The union is the law. So cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. But you must agree that nature, in her infinite wisdom, has made men more fit to perform certain, more challenging tasks. Don't you, officer? No reason to even feel bad about that. It's just the way of the animal kingdom. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough. This place is the damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revershall. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revershall during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is Blood Ground, where Coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out.
Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own downfall. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially,
you don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned to Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frisel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. It had nothing to do with anything. Damn Frisel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frisel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Wait, Joyce said William ran, and his nephew, Frizzle, was shot in his place.
なんか、わからん。そうやったっけ 覚えてないよ、そんなの。
This is communard propaganda. Guillaume would never do something like that. He is Le Lion. The suzerain is the king. Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Yes?
Something isn't right about this game. Despite his limp, the man in the uniform moves with efficient grace. His motions are measured and precise. The jolly-looking man in the checkered jacket then suddenly he leans forward and uses the zero end of the measuring tape to nudge his opponent's balls further from the small brown sphere in the pit. As he does this, he complains about his back. Apparently oblivious to his partner's treachery, the uniformed man grabs a ball and takes aim again.
We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
All you observe is a veteran refuse.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel the First.
Don't you mean Frissel?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our...
There's something you missed. You'll get to it. Don't worry.
I have really outdone myself.
Yes, that's what you need, Gat.
Honey, it's a little play. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
No, you're not. Enforcing proper conduct in an amateur pétanque game is not something the RCM involves itself in. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean, officer? Thanks. Is there something we can help you with, officer?
He got the message.
Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the finest woman in all of Revachol. Maybe the entire world.
Do not defile her memory, Gaston. Let her rest in peace.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. It was a quiet passage, peaceful.
これあれやっけ？労働者組合の連れやったけど、傭兵がカラオケ中になんか絡んで、みたいな。彼女？
René and I were both by her bedside when she...
いや、違うな。2年前の冬に死んだ。違う。誰やっけ？
No use sugarcoating it.
Departed. Until the very end she couldn't decide between us. The most indecisive woman I've ever met. She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite color, oh, she was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we're both still engaged to her.
You always confused her. Couldn't let us be happy. Seduced her with your fancy words and pastries.
He suddenly remembers you are still there, falls silent, and turns away.
We knew her, all right. Lived on the same street our entire life. She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die for some great ideal than just be happy.
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago.
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close ever since you two had that falling out over the ink you spilled over her pretty yellow dress.
We were just boys then. This was different. You, no point starting this all over again. For the thousandth and the...
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left. I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food.
The only one you have.
The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant. In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking.
うまそう。
And is that mayonnaise?
Oh, that's good. That's very good. You must have other business then? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really. No, officers, I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the union.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my...
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
I'm not.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of union prick he can't even...
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. Everyone in Martinez knows the Clare brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on.
The old soldier. There he stands, proud, rigid and alone, like a cracking mob.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me. Oh, yes. Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your and Renee's eyes. He doesn't know anything, because no one tells him.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. I hate the socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written and... Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I don't even consider myself a regular socialist. Politics is not really something I involve myself in, officer. I believe everyone has the right to think and do whatever they want.
Mon Dieu.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals, you'll have this case wrapped up.
Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists.
学習条件上げたとて、さあ、どうなん？視覚計算、暗示、電気科学、平成。上げたとてやねんな。9個までしかつけられへんのか。12個か。こんないっぱいあんのに。
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a...
If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... No.
なおさら意味わからんな、これ。
Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo.
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great. Wonderful.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
突然不審者なるやん。
Another comrade. Years of labor are pressing down on her shoulders. She deserves a hug for all the work she's done for her.
いやー、ちょっと怖えな。やめとこ
The woman before you, not.
う。さすがにやめる。あー、まだ勉強してる算数。
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
暗示が低い。
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Because you know
Ah.
she's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I used to stand out there all the time before Mother told me to focus on my homework. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologizing to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong. Of course, you stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
土日の間にも会ってたんか。
Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. Good thing she didn't say party eyes. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy.
電気科学はほんまに黙ってほしいな、俺。
Oh baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I didn't know I had to do that. I'm I'm glad I could help you, sir. Hi, Ace Detective.
The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before. Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains,
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't.
she looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I am sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't.
The curtains do seem
力が目
frail
覚
suddenly,
めてしまう。
not robust enough to
それ
contain
はちょっと気になるね。
Thank you. Let's just talk about this first, all right?
Talking is always good. Go see what she... The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to... I already told you, it's just a storage room for... Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn...
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of. She's so tense, it's a miracle she hasn't snapped it off yet.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the do. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Host of hosts, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the curtains.
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. Everyone knows that all the previous companies in this building have sooner or later declared bankruptcy, and their malicious spirits are still here, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here. Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class person looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no para-detective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but...
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know
Here we go.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are keep us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
そんなんおるわけないから。
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it? Thank you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? No, this chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What
you discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
The woman looks...
よっしゃ。これで合法的に入れるぜ。
Hi, Ace Detective.
You see a set of You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards. You're shut.
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked. After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. You feel the tiny hairs on the back of your neck rise up, as if someone's standing right behind you.
What is this place? I think you're right. Though it looks like no one... I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us.
Some specks of dust shimmer in a faint beam of... An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Yes, because it's close. No need to look for a supernatural explanation.
いつの間にか溜まってんじゃん。やっぱりこれを上げていきたいよね。でもこれ埋まっちゃったら外すのが大変なんだな。 これ高いもんな。この辺高いから後回しでええよな。でも結局中途半端になるのも嫌やしな。精神の学習上限が上がっている。にしても、2個までしか上げられへんな。概念化パッシブは気力を1回復し経験値10。じゃあ上げていこうか、これ。お！砲丸投げの弾か。これ、代わりになるかな。
A barbell lies on the floor. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
行く。
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
広いな。安っ。お、手放さずに何かに活かした方がいい気がする。もう完全にあのおじいさんたちのやつやな、これな。でけー。
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here. Look, the skis and rotorblades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other. That's a good question. Reality is
何これ。ラジオコンピューターで読み取る。ラジオコンピューターとは、車の何かか。今って誰やっけ？
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework.
The radio computer.
Mm.
Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120. Equipped.
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
ちょっと後回しだ。
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board. These lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, translucent welkins, with organs shining under their skin, and even ether welkins, hailing from the vast. You should adopt one of those welkins as your persona. No longer a mere man, but a welkin. One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however. It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a welkin supremacist. The note says, all the Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with welkin.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little welkin creatures. This looks like concept art for a project. It's not. Just look at those details.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost, Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden. Albeit dark and cold, this vision also feels cozy in its own way, like eggnog. Oh, a pinned postcard reads, "The heat-death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe." This is a monthly calendar from the year 50.
あら去年まで
Like Sprint, Daily Minimi,
使ってたんや、これ。
and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. It looks a bit like an academic calendar, only much more brutal. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed. As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield.
Looks like they didn't make it.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe." The full text reads, "Heat death of the universe is the new black." Another note says, "The biggest advance." Outside, a cold wind wraps the building in its bosom. Snowflakes in the wind. An old woman passes what the locals call the doomed commercial area. She tries hard not to look at the bookstore windows. It's unwise. This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker. The mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Cadran's mosaic tiles. Very Pesantic. History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tile radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123, unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and... You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. They must have had massive air width. These things don't come cheap. Whoever decides to call in to a call-in, a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 Isolas would be playing. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became. Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. The dusty radio computer. The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide. It's empty, like a beehive without it. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the... Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking. A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of the static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Indian Repeater. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
え、おばあちゃんになるまでずっと待ってたのこれもしかして。そういうのじゃないか。
Fortress accident is the company on one moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call.
That's not bad.
Any other questions? Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years
Yvonne
old and my
いたっけ？
name is Yvonne. Now please repeat.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
I work as a repeater at the East Indian Repeater Station. As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle.
On an island on the river Esperance, a small woman, all skin and bones, sits in a room filled with audio equipment. Thousands of tiny lights are reflected back from her prescription lenses, like stars in the dark.
Now please tell me the reason the filament you have inserted into the reader. Yes. Is that the production schedule? Good.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
No.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Still no. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for trace accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for...
Now, can you please repeat the password? Received. I will register this login.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do? Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft...
パスワード。
This old fireplace is cut. The whole thing resembles Kadran mosaic tiles. Very radio frequencies. It's unclear. It looks like a car. You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations. All lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on... They must have had massive air width. These things don't come cheap. Someone very important. A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Masters. Whoever decides to call a list of names under the stations suggests people across 6 solar. There's no way.
My God. It's as if the left... Exactly.
Nothing is...
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace? No, that's not it.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted to get...
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers. Through call-in stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller calling stations.
じゃあおばあちゃん
I
ず
think
っ
that
と
was
部屋
supposed
に
to
おんの
coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Grad, Miss.
Not in Revachol West.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology. No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule. Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world...
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately. This game is too good to be left unfinished.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but... Yes, especially in here. Okay, let's keep moving.
レベル上がるの早いな。概念化どんどん上げてっていい？概念化が、パッシブが発動すると、気力を1回復して、経験値10なんや。だからあんなしょっちゅう、気力1回復してたんやな。ほんならどんどん上げていこうじゃん。やっとちょっとゲームの理解ができた気がする。広いねー。違う。
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its... The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
冷蔵庫じゃないの？
The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp slap, a gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the hole.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door. A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a gloss. The paper still smells of vanilla and chocolate.
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Somewhere in the past, it's summer. 5-year-old Fifette lets go of her mother's hand, change jingling in her pockets as she hops towards the ice cream stand right across the plaza. As she makes her way to the market stall, the girl starts crying. A ferocious ice bear is... Her mother rushes to soothe her, but Fifette doesn't want ice cream anymore. She just wants to go home. The ice bear stares at them as they leave the plaza.
I know. What an unfortunate market. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be.
これ言ってあげないとね。この冷蔵庫が起動してるせいでお金がなくなっていくんじゃん。いや、ここで事業を始めた人たちが。
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lime.
Does it say anything interesting?
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it. So you'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care. Sully Swaff.
精密機械は冷蔵庫の中に入れとった。
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes. Really? You don't have a single guess?
Oh.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Speed? スピードって薬やけど、そんな不正字にせなあかんほどあれや。ちゃうな。スピードやな。
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here. That's a plausible hypothesis. Looks like someone from... That's implausible. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the iceberg fridge.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building.
Oh.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. The echo is so prominent. It's
What are you doing? Wait, really? We should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
A lush layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. A hollow ring goes through the furnace. Your toe hurts.
Huh?「肉体装置」お、なんか蹴ったら上がった。
You're right. The rooms do look like they're connected. But Malik
always has to be the skeptic, this man.
ちょっと待って。ですね、これでもええんか。このシャツいらんな。手が冷てえ。
A thick layer of coal dust covers something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rust.
Are these any good?
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock. In better cost.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way. It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future. Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Oh.
A few bricks have fallen off. This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you. No, this is going to need something else. Some kind of super pry bar.
超強力バー
Don't
ル
even try to open it with a regular pry bar. You're just. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
まあいいや、バールで一回やってみよう。壊れたりせんよな。
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric.
Ah, 素晴らしい。
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you died.
Why did you do that?
The lieutenant raises his brows, but an electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now. This orange machine is dead still. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer.
The
bear's eyes are dead and empty. Ice inside the fridge slowly melting. The power has been cut off.
うん、うん。印象的にクレイジー。おー、こんなとこに繋がったの？あれ、さっきの煙突。あ、こいつか。え？どうやってこれ上上がったのお前。初日の女の人やんけ。
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear
上階の煙
the echo is so strong.
What are you doing? Wait, really? Take your head out of the chimney, please. It's not safe.
どうやって上がればいいの？なんか行ってないとこあったっけ？あら。これが煙突の。
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die?
She's got a direct view to the backyard.
ダイス？
You should interrogate her about that.
確率いじれんのこれ。突然メタイやん。
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
あ、そうや、パスワードわからへんな。
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
very good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something real. Take a look around and see if there is any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing
え、
out
で
of
か
the
ない
shells
経験
like
値10ってか。
stalactites.
結構やな。
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers?
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known.
Oh.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them. Rats scuttle in the dark rooms, under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike. So much failure.
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the...
It's not really full of that. No one would store their drugs.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Fortress Accident, the radio game studio. They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wiro.
That's understandable. Fantasies are serious things. The mind is the drawing board of history.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seem to believe they were historical individuals.
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time. And so it's producing something extraordinary. Anything else? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet. You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Doom commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
内陸帝国好きやな、俺。一番俺の脳みそに合ってる気する。内陸帝国。ぐらいかな。あと、オカンもいいね。
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was
うわ、
Plaisance.
これが幽霊なんだ。
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric
Eh?
company 100 years ago. Are you sure it was?
It was too real to be just a prank. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
なんか、すげえダメージ受けてたけど、こっち行こうかな。
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity. It can't be true. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Oh, right. But did the Tricentennial Elect? It used to be a major...
It was too... Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better.
Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorized. Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure. Before my time. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick track, especially pinball.
A Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Sure, I'm listening. Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad. It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff medias.
What's the snuff meat?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
お、つながるかこれ。服捨てたやつらちゃんこれ。
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that. As if it's just another...
撮影してたんだよ、この建物で。
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-Rosas. This isn't...
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs. Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. The atelier produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's... And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Really? Anyway. They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money. Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and...
They were just props. Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here. The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Indeed, what were the other ideas?
There was really just one. and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Victor does the same thing.
Да.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Ravachol Icy. And they already had the bear. The bear. Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well. Eventually, Ravachol Ice City lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Sounds cool.
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Little sparkling embers under the window. Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's...
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? I've been here for a long time. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't... Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
こう思うと資本主義って思んないな。
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? Alright, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite...
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
What, so the curse only affects people with poor work ethics? What you're describing isn't a curse, it's capitalism. Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly but I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
あと1や。
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids, and lately I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
酔っ払いがうるさいってことも増えた
She's
か。
heard of the murder, but did not see it.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday
俺
night
の
I'm
ことじゃない
afraid.
んだとな。
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
She nods.
Anything else, officer? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
"面目ない."
Ah, yes. Fortress accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wiro Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motifs of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
"すげえな." ほー。
It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for 2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a...
Loving it. So
ねえ、おしゃれだね。
Great. See you in 8 hours then.
8時間後にね。
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents.
Mourning. Mourning.
I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
うん。あらゆるレッドスキルチェックが失敗する。全部しようか。
you again. Are you looking for a... I'm listening. Good.
Your
flashlight slides. Some of the writing has faded with age. The handwriting is only partly legible. The full text reads, outside, a cold wind. It looks a bit mini-me, stands for a mini-meeting. It's part of your eyes glide over, force. These light translucent. You should adopt one of the welkins, towering. Your eyes glide over.
あれ？こっち行けなかったっけ？さあ何にしようか。なんも呪いなんてねえよ。
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. What's in there? In that dark sarcophagus? Yes, yes. How was it?
Tell her how ghastly it was.
Mhm.
You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, such horrors that have been thrust upon us. But what else did you find? Did anything survive? No, of course not. Have you located the entity? A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
The narrative she's built herself. It does need. She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of... To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Hmm. Iや、こいつの、その変な、呪いとかそういうのはもうないってことを証明しないと。ねえ。本屋の子にも悪影響が出てしまうでしょ？ああ、こう言っとくか。
You're telling me that you went in there and didn't find out anything about the curse? Of course. I should have known better than to put my hopes on a man like this. I don't want you going in there anymore. You're only angering the psychic weather in here. Now, if you're not going to buy it...
There was never any other way this could have gone. She's just...
I am sorry we had to disappoint you, but...
The shop around you feels ancient suddenly, damp and saturated by the coastal air. The books are rotting. A great cold lives here, and there too. 1,200 meters away.
待って。それは気に食わん。まあ何を言っても信じてもらえなさそうではあるけど。
Tell her how ghastly it was.
I knew it, but what else did you find? A novelty dice maker? I don't understand.
The narrative, she's squeezing. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Wait, what? The entire economic system is cursed?
これかな。残念だがあんたを救うには世界規模の革命が必要になる。
Another revolution? I understand what's going on here. You went in there, rummaged around, and accomplished it. Okay. You don't have to. I was wrong. Thank you for nothing. Please, do buy some books, or be on your way.
でもなんか、もう来ないでくださいとは言われんかったな。
I am sorry.
The shop around you feels ancient suddenly, damp and saturated.
あれこれじゃなかったっけ？いや、これやんな。あ、違う。あれ？あ、こいつや。ちょっとね、政治的なのがね、しんどいね。こういうなんか、ミステリー系の方がええわ。面白い。事件を解決してきたぜ。残念、特に進まない。
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They're not missing.
You know where they are. They're at home. smoking. Giving the ladder of vices a
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly... They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. Hmm?
The woman before you.
じゃあここどうやって行くん？
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize...
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinion.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean...
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specializing in animal species that are so extinct. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline. But you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
危ない。
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. And I don't.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their... Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. same taxonomy, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own.
やっぱりな、キム、あんたは人間じゃなかったんだ。
I'm beginning to wonder if I should.
Please don't misunderstand me, either of you. I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us. In many ways, you are superior.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today.
Yeah, いいな。
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
He nods approvingly.
You know, to hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Of course, officer.
Yes.
Is there a particular
Hey, you promised you'd only...
He nods approvingly.
Of course, dear. Is there a particular cryptid that you're interested in learning about?
目に見えない。
What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
See.
Okay, I won't spoil your fun. What is the invisible cryptid?
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name
Col de
means
Mama
thin
d'Aqua.
whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to
見た人はおらんねやろ、透明なんやったら。いや、もう、なんだって言えるやんけ、そんな。
Corula Mama Dakwa can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mama d'Aqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere all of the time, and we wouldn't know.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory. It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama d'Aqua's. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency? Psst.
They cancel each other.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they watched. After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though.
I'm glad you did, dear. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of aerial pageants, when playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually. What about what? The gnome of Jeroma. Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a ungainly little.
実際におんの？
Quite scary to look at.
Cold Mama Talk 出てきませんでした。英語か？このゲームのか。いませんね。
A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little...
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Alas, always, alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearances... Of course, dear.
変なおばさんになっちゃった。俺の認識が。
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
Hmm. どうやって上の階行くんやろう。 ダメか。またやることがなくなっちまったね。あ、似たような鉄球でもいいかもしれない。
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles. It's a Bell McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate, and this one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't forbidden.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
本当に面目ない。
Best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
さよなら。マジで間に合うの当てたあれ。あ。
man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
マニャーナの友人だとレオが言ってた。
The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words and lively gestures. Then he falls silent again. The man says a couple of sentences in that strange language. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Horse need more vodka?
ウォッカが入ってるらしいな。いや、そんなことはないか。
So it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the union.
ウォッカ入ってんの？
Vodka. Now that makes a very, very special portion.
まずそう。
Turn it up and then up. Turning it up.
いや、うまいか。
Dangerous idea. Honestly, the place is a powder keg.
アルコールが入ったスープっていうだけやもんな。別に味せえへんもんな。どんな味すんのやな。
He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He smiles and nods enthusiastically, and, chattering away in his language, ladles some
Thank
into a
you.
small thermal cup.
こいつはマニャーナの知り合いらしいが。ほんで、レオっていうのは、コンテナに座ってるおじいちゃん。ほんじゃ、マニャーナは誰？ガチで誰？ほほう。うまそうじゃん。気力1下がって肉体1上がる。あ、肉体系のスキルセットやるときに使えばいいっていうことだね。何これ？俺らは今どこにおんの？この辺か。封印されたドア。どここれ？屋上、裏庭がこの辺。封印されたドア。どこやこれ。
You see a heavy steel. The door does not.
これか？封印されたド
You
ア。
see a heavy.
通覚。何？スキルチェック出てないけどね。マニャーナだ、どこやねん、マニャーナは。 バッジを見せれば、上着のバッジでもいいの？
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't fuck.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Oh.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
Hmm. 俺は資本主義がそんなに好きじゃないかもしれんな。よくわかってないが、このゲームにおいては好きじゃないかもしれない。まあ、気に食わんというところ。
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Vermin-like corruption. Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw. He's able to contain that.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Did he now? Well, and it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you.
Perhaps he is.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Why, if I may ask? Why make them more drunk? Aren't they corks?
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Hmm. なぜかって
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates. He just does things, man. And then talks about them.
What else? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road? Until then, is there anything I can help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Of course. But before we... The situation is extremely volatile.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it. No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
普通ってこと
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's Cobo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
普通平凡嫌だね。
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. Good, of course. To outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too interesting now.
あ、でも受け入れだけ受け入れとけばよかったな。別に取らんでもね。ミスったかもな。上着を着た状態で、受け入れとけばよかった。
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal... Of course. The situation is...
うん。
Give me a moment.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to it? Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Does anyone in a city like this? Yes, I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
The inspiration will come to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
A plaster cast bust. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have...
That's probably the door Eva mentioned. We still need to get...
そう、そのマニアナを探してるの。どこなの？誰なのそいつ。名前からして外人じゃない、女の人っぽいけど。
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
確実に決めに行こう。
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Soy.
Because You see it, finally. This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. Oh, Wallfather. Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Scout has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
Yes.こんな捜査官に付き合わないといけない。
Hello again, officers. What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about? Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience. You're about to cry internally, aren't you, Piggy? Oh, pathetic. Just give up. Art isn't for you.
セーブしよ
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
う。いや、これ以上上げられへんよ
Hello
な。
again, officers. Have you
Soy.
come to admire my
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait. No, it's great.
いや、出せよ。
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. Art it up. Just try not to hurt. Oh, but I'm all out of fuel.
貸してくれんのかよ。
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
俺というよりかは、キムやけど。
That beautiful wall deserves nothing less.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
やった
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors nearly meld. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something. This is a Caprice Kinema. The Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv, with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the right wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox. The Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
And means no.
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR18GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
7.2. Supercharged.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. As you tap on the gauge,
No, that's enough fun with the foldable head.
a metallic drawer, a pull-out toolbox,
ね
slides back.
どうやってエネルギーキープすれ
While
ばいいん
swaying,
だ
your fingers waste no time closing around the handle. Clutch disengaged. Release the handle. Clutch drops. Right foot yearns for the familiar touch of the accelerator pedal. You have synced with the machine's mechanical circulation. The smell of freshly treated leather. The lack of dirt. I'm good. Cherished and cared for in the hands of a tending owner. You feel an uninterrupted connection to the mechanics. After a while, you realize silence is your only answer. Do what you will with it. Of course it's only in your head. Of course it is. But it almost feels as if the clutch hand at the bottom of the sea. So strange. The machine is not on the bottom of the sea at all. It's right in front of you, well kept. Why did it say that? The handle is pulled back. Somewhere deep inside the drivetrain, the disc is mated to the flywheel again. In the cabin, you see a set of steering wheel, a metallic drill. The pull-out toolbox slides back into its nest as you tap on the gate.
No, that's enough fun. Yes.
Inside,
買ってくれるんじゃないの？
a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of
政
a
府
few
の
preheater gauge.
印のついた重油を探す。寒い。ああ。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
電気科学。
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam.
27%.
It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
電気科学は肉体なんで、酒を飲んだら、上がるっちゅうことやね。
Well, hello. Someone seems to. Light reflects off the thermal cup. The borscht may not look like much, but doubtless it'll get the job done. Better pop it open. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. so does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light.
From the void we came, and to the void we must return.
はあ。また悪夢に苛まれるというわけですね。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
それでも28です。せい
It's your face in the mirror. It's too late. Like an image on film.
わざわざ酒飲んだのに。どこやねん、この封印されたドアって。記憶にねえな。同じ位置やな。封印されたドアが。あれと。呪われたビルと。はあ、
Both cables are unplugged from the breaker box. This orange machine is dead still. It has. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you...
あれ、酒飲んで上がってるか？ステータス。
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it. The beer's eyes are dead and empty, ice inside the fridge, a friendly cartoon. The paper still smells of vanilla. Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The speaker comes.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule? Good. Please repeat the password. Received.
Don't worry.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Thank you.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a... Nothing happens. The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
Dameda.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form.
重量上げなんて知能に障害のあるやつがいるもんだ。
It was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running.
ダメだ、やることがねえ。これ高いマップを盗もうぜ。
The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda. A map. This large map, Ozon, disintegrating. In the northeast, a dust mite stand, radiating outwards from you. The suzerain Revachon. You can, on Caillou, Revachon. A single black star, 850 million. The ocean connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian. You have little idea what they are.
I'm sorry, officer. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Mars. Yes, yes. Are you interested or not?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
両家出るようになったら、やっぱ上がってんのかな。あ。
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head appear because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. No advertisements, you notice. So after rifling the pages with the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you why they decided to title this one section in. Obviously, because it's cool to drop random phrases. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay. The Tip Top Tourney is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A. You think you're settling in for a relaxing read. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature. Where to even start? For one, so all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article, there's no way those are real names. Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Come on, they're plainly pseudonyms. Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track. Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a competition between, and that precisely is what's problematic about. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races. You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective. I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article... If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. The worn map features the patchwork. The face of King Fleecell smiles it. There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet or some ancient temple. Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. The sun sets into the sea, but there is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small coat. Why are you talking to a gun wrapper? Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago.
Yeah.
around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. The spring thaw must be here. The snow looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat, grey sky like great battleships. Your shirt sticks to your chest, the shoulders of your jacket grow. You're not dressed for this weather. You should get an overcoat or a patrol cloak. Sheets of rain over the water, a flight of the ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky. The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance. There's a fleet on the corner. The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor, cruise ship, Couronne, the lower middle class, distributary of a silvery curtain of rain over the houses. You have never been there. They don't need the look. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. The news at noon. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches. In the rain-swept distance, your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. I'd recommend you put on your coat.
コート？コート。
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. How can I... Officer, the mist.
A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Time to get political. This right here is political. Say one of these fashion... Whoa! Easy there, Goldmouth. He doesn't have to say anything. Re-engage cop mode and bail out, if you like.
All right.
There are clothes inside. Cheap.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your...
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard of it? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Very cool. The economy thanks you.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from... The box smells like cat piss, or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy.
No good. All you can come up with are some treated wool pants. You can
Eh,
tell
失
they're
敗?
too tight around your thighs and too loose around the waist.
No luck? Why not take another look, officer? Keep supporting the economy.
92% 失敗したんやが。
You see two defeated speakers.
I can see you have a taste for luxury, officer. Can't.
A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome. Dedicated, victorious, sporty. These Faun sneakers are a must-have.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool.
Only the Faun Ultra. Wear the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine. These once respectable speakers have been conquered. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samar.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. Well, if you want, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers...
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first.
$50はちょっと高いっすね。
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all boring. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material. Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high culture.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become a sea monster, Harry. Giant, hidden, and strangely...
名前不明のままやけど。
All is blue. Alright, but these actually make your vision work.
Wow, officer. You look so cool.
You look so good.
And they can be yours for a mere 3 real. My regular customers have passed them all up.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes narrowed in a...
musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
あ、内陸帝国上がんのか。3やったら買ってもいいかもな。
Abort. These are hideous. What's more?
Damn, officer. You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggage. It's going to be very...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
これも買っとこうぜ。
A good starter pair, officer. And when you're...
ばあちゃん、そういえば。おばあちゃんどこ行った？
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order. Whatever it is, goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other meat. It's an acquired taste.
各計算。
A crumpled, the sign billboard has fallen on the water. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
どんなん？俺なんじゃん、これ。
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
俺の車やろ、絶対。だってないもん、俺の車が。
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour. The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently. Within the past 70
概念化上げんでもええかもな。上げたら、いや、まあ。とても難しいっていうので成功してるのがまだ見たことないからな、この会話中に。
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast. There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the It's about the right size. And the Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, second, very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most, the Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on.
Any theories about what happened here?
こいつは相当急いでいたらしいな。
What kind of car do you think it was?
リニア G12、G22 やと特定しやすいよね。でも、人気の車種やろう、きっと。
That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the mud? If we must.
何しても水曜にならんとちょっと無理だ。誰か銃を売りに来たやつはおらんか。
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old... Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
あれが欲しいんよ。悲しい曲が流れる。悲しい曲のテープが欲しい。
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed.
Hello, hello. Let traffic. I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the...
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
He shakes his head, slowly.
Traffic? I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled. Now that I think...
That sure narrows down our list of...
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but...
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
An old monument stand. Still had no response. A lorry stuck in the traffic. The windows are clear. They've been...
Right to work! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls held up by a belt seem to fit him. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers. Silence is the answer. There's something off here. You've been talking to him for quite a while. Something is off with this guy.
What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out. We're all workers, right? you stick together. Came from the eminent domain, Jamro, backgrounds and odd job.
A monstrous shadow high above the fire traps of the domain. The 881 motorway running over this district of Jamro. Concrete pillars rise up from the midst of the dilapidated wooden houses. On the horizon, barely visible, the hazy machinery of the harbor. Life in the domain is even worse off than in Martinez. The cold air is stiff from the fumes of the motor carriages and lorries overhead. Below, broken down, battered people mill on the dusty streets with no purpose. Yet amongst them, there is no sight of this man. Nowhere.
Worked at Territory. Ring a bell? Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Big mess, caused by Union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people. We're all workers, right?
A monstrous shadow high above, life in the domain. Below, broken down, battered.
Yeah? What makes you say that? Your gut's got too much alcohol in it, getting delirious. What's it to you? Am I a suspect? We're all workers.
A monstrous shadow, life in below, broken down, battered people.
Worked at Territory. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break. Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
So, how'd you like our...
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Mañana, química.
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Of course, I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? I get it, I get it. I like to keep my distance too. But it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling and rides. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmental.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fellow. We talked none of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you...
He means he's not going to tell you because he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everard.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Everard's law. But really, they're just like you. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Unless they were pushed, of course. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable efforts.
殺された奴は敵対勢力の工作員だった。ほう。
I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts.
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited use. Still, thank you.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not my search. We're negotiating our share. Aye. This stuff, they already covered. Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take...
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page. Communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people, or deporting them to a labor camp in southeast Grava. But don't say that out loud if you're a communist.
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman. I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties.
By that, you mean...
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world. The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway. And moralism is the most corrupt of them all.
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
こうした方が話は進みそう。
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
See, I am primarily a lazy person. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. That of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider.
やっと進んだぜ。
The unpromising race pupil returns. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called hardy boys are an effeminate clique.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him. He is usually more himself.
The hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the... Fine. They have recently fallen. Find out.
Interesting.
Hardy Boys ね。
There is nothing funky. I cannot possibly imagine.
The payphone hangs. not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
Back to talk with old... Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to...
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
Mm-hmm.
That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart, too. How can I help you today? What? Oh, how could I forget your little side project? Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But good job.
So do I. That's one tasty brew. You should drink some right now. Not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles by black ribbons. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death, hair death, erectile malfunction, critical flatulence. Maybe this was a bad idea. You take the painkillers. They are yours now. You stand and... tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Looking for something? It's about biological determinism, natural law. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for resources. The problem? The damn kips are showing a real good game lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other introduced species too.
Cultural victory. What is this then?
It's what the kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons lately? Heard any motetos or leader? No. Dominating culture is how they plan to win. They say so themselves. It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with a new sub-race, with unknown characteristics, leading to extra competition. That's why you've got to control the offspring. Don't push your luck, Runt. Looking for something, Runt? Come to tell me to fuck off again? It's about not the most popular topic nowadays. People who've studied this thing. So, lately we... The problem? The...
Cultural victory? What is...
It's what the kips of... It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers. Good. If we, the evening people, pull together, we can form a bulwark against this troubled time.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression remains unchanged, but you sense he can't be happy about...
When you said before that you were down with racism, was it meant in earnest, or were you just trying to win his confidence? So you don't find his views, say, unbefitting of a police officer?
Okay. Feels like this is going to be a discussion now.
There are tens of thousands of people who grew up in Martinez and somehow managed to avoid becoming racists, who yell, "Come here, saffron picker." Our position in Ravachol is already precarious. Many people think we are vigilantes as it is. I can't have them thinking we are racist vigilantes to boot. Apology accepted, Detective. Let me say just one more thing. As you've seen, these sorts of attitudes are quite common in Martinez. So I've had this conversation enough times in my life. From now on, I'm going to stay out of it. How you choose to respond is your business. Now, let's get back to the task at hand. Yes?
ミスったか。